we go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. Happy Friday, the 7th of July. So it's 7-7, and if you add 2 and 3 and 2, you get another 7. So happy 777. All awesome. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I see we have not had an eruption yet. Roxy says the July 8th here. Roxy, you're in the future. Get me the winning lottery numbers quickly. I need them. I need to go to Iceland. I need money fast. It's all awesome. Anyway, welcome to everyone around the world in whichever time zone you happen to be in. We will accept you. It doesn't matter. That's all cool. And first I'm going to say hello to our wonderful moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue Hayes is here. C&D Boy sometimes as well. I know Yvonne Kunkel was in earlier during the other stream, so she might be out putzing around there. And I also want to say welcome to C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles, who was in here today as well, or in the other stream. Breaking news, I think the cameras are going to be pointing the wrong direction. My latest guess is northeast of Calir. Oh no, to the northeast? Oh my God, we're going to have to look at that in a minute. Anything is possible there, Alex. Anything is possible. We'll get at that in a second or two. I just want to, for my own sake here, I want to go through a couple things before we do anything else. And that is go over to the map. I want to see what the heck is going on. I only see, well, my map is not doing very well. It's apparently, it's broken. I think I need to refresh it or do something. We'll see what we can do. Copy, and then we'll go here, paste and go, and we'll get rid of the other one and see. There we go. Okay, 390 quakes. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit and find out what the heck is going on. To the northeast, no way. Well, that's where we're seeing the quakes. You're such a nice guy, Alex. Darn it, if it pops over there, we're gonna have a problem. How deep are these? Let's see if we can, 1.1 kilometer, 4.9, this one is 3.5, what about this one way over here? 5.6 clicks down, this 5.6, we've got this one here, 4.5, that's pretty deep, 4.9, I don't know, Alex. This is a little shallower. 2.6, 6.9 for that guy. 1.1 there. 1.1 there. Well, they might be a little bit more to the east after all. We've got a 0.1, 2.9 kilometers down. This one here, 2.1 clicks down, and that is, well, you see where Calir is right there. That is to the east of it. I don't know what's going to happen there. We're going to take a look and see. And I was so busy trying to get things done, I absolutely missed who was first in the chat today. And I did not see it. I was busy doing other things, too many things on my mind with multiple streams running at the same time. It was wonky. Wonky? Oh no. No wonder I didn't see him. I was looking past him trying to figure out who came in first. Okay, well, in that case, we are going to give wonky, oh, I gotta spell that right, donkey. Oh, I spell it right. There we go. Wonky donkey gets some cookies, and I don't know if he deserves anything else, but I don't know. Maybe we'll throw in a carrot for him too. There we go. All right, taken care of. Antler for Pepper. Okay, I'm fresh on antlers. Anyway, looking at what we got here, though, kind of keeping on. We are still seeing that swarming. We are still seeing some depth in some of it. We are seeing some shallower quakes, and we may end up getting some multiple vents here. We don't know yet. We seriously do not know what could happen. I'm curious about these ones. 5.2 clicks down for that 0.9, 3.1 for that 2.2, 3.1 for that guy, 1.1 or 1 kilometer down for that one. And remember what I was saying? I was seeing smoke in Geldingedaler. That's over there. It's 1 kilometer down that area. This one, 0.2. Oh my, that is interesting. 200 meters down, a 0.4 at 2140. And I hate to tell you, but that is right along the ridge, right up top where the cameras are. The cameras are pointing in that direction. Well, it's right over and behind it on the other side. I hope it doesn't pop there. This one, 2.3 clicks down. This one is 5. That's not so bad. 4.7 for that. 1.1 for that. And yep, kind of. Ooh, that one's deep. 10.8. Interesting. This one is 200 meters down. What's this one? 7.3 clicks. 7.6 clicks. 6.5. 1.1 for that one. Very close to our Siggy Fissure over here. So it makes you kind of go, what do we got? 2 kilometers down, 7.6 on that one, 6.5 on that one, 8.4 on that one, 13.6 on that one, 4.6 there. Not very encouraging. Not yet, anyway. So hopefully we'll see something pop out. Now, I heard everyone said that LD Island has got some energy underneath it too. That's a 1.3 there, 6.8 clicks down. The other one 6.6. And I'm not so sure if I want to go with that bet. LD is there. They've raised it to a yellow. Don't know what could happen. As it says here, last eruption in 1926 and a height of about 70 meters. And it was explosive, and that is pretty interesting. So a guy's got to kind of wonder. And then, of course, over here we got our wonderful Fragedalfjall, and activity is high, orange level right now. Height 385 meters, and but a prominent activity effusive. Yep, weeks to months. Well, we're going to see what happens with that, and it's always interesting, when you see that swarming. I thought seriously we were going to have an eruption sometime during the day today, and I'm actually, I'm a little surprised, but not really disappointed. We do have a lot of energy in that system, and as far as every time we see one of these quakes, we have to take a look and see if is that a plus or a minus for our energy storage there. Are we going to see something happening? Again, we have to kind of weigh it out one step at a time and see what pops, see where we are seeing the smoke. Now, where was I here? I was looking at the multi-screen, and I actually did find that other one working again, and I was trying to get that full screen here, but it didn't want to go, so I'm going to capture it real quick. It's the MBL feed of Meridalia where City Fissure was, so I do want to get that one in a full frame mode. There we go. And kind of point over here where we seen that smoke. It is still smoking there. A matter of fact, it now looks like it's got a small fissure or length to it. That is kind of amazing to see. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. Will that one do it? No, I'm going to turn these other ones off and see. I might have to turn that off too. There we go. We're zoomed in a little bit. And you can see it looks like, well, 1, 2, and 3 prominent spots right there. So that is, yeah, I don't know if that's going to be a crack developing here. Because these are kind of lining up. You got to remember over here on this side, this is where Siggy Fissure opened up, and you can see the little tail over there, and it opened up on an angle like this in here. So that is what we've seen. For it to go the opposite direction, that's absolutely fine. It can do that too, but we'll have to keep an eye on that if this is the point that is going to erupt. We don't know. It could be out in the back here, as we talked and mentioned just moments ago here. It could be anywhere in, let's see, I'm trying to point to the wrong areas, so that's our fissure. Could go this way. There's the Siggy Fissure going that way, right? But that area to the northeast of Kalir is out here, just right on the edge of this view, and to the east, of course. And that is kind of, if it does pop up there, well, are the cameras looking in the wrong direction? Yeah. I'm not going to doubt that. There was a big quake some time ago. I saw shaking on a camera. Yeah, I heard a few people making that comment a couple of times today. 30 minutes ago. Okay, I wasn't around. Mushy Peas, welcome. Anyway, I was going to go say hi to everyone in here, but we have so many people in here already. There's a whopping 99 on my view here, and it's going to take forever to say hello to everyone. Now we've got 100 people in here, so I'm going to just say a general hello to everyone rather than trying to name each individual in here today, because that will be somewhat difficult. But welcome everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board, and of course I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. What's on the screen right now, of course, is the western portion of Meridalia Valley there in Iceland on the Reykjanes Peninsula. We are waiting for, well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say an explosive eruption. That would really be cool if we see something blew up. But this is likely not what we're going to see, although they are indicating that there should be more energy in this thing coming up. And this is something, the latest one that Sue sent me, the latest Volcano Discovery one that they mentioned. I have not read that yet, but we are going to open that up right now, and I'm going to go through it. We're going through that real quick and see what we've got going there. So what's it say? Philadelphia volcano update. Chances of eruption increase. It will likely be more powerful than the 2021 and 2022. Okay, so if it is more powerful, that'll be interesting. According to the Icelandic scientists, the likelihood of a new eruption is increasing as the earthquake swarm caused by intruding magma continues, according to Lavisa and Miolt, and I'm not even going to try that last name, natural hazards or hazard expert at the Icelandic Meteorological Office. It is also likely that if the eruption occurs, it will be significantly more powerful than the past two eruptions near Fraggrafjall. So, that's interesting. We are running a model that shows us that the magma inflow into the magma tunnel is 88 cubic meters per second. That is a very quick fill. If you're going to get your fuel tank filled with hot, fresh lava, it doesn't take long. Okay, and that was cited in the article from ruv.is, the National Broadcasting Company. Okay, if the figure is correct, it is about twice as much magma as was being supplied to the magma chamber or dike feeding the 21 eruption and the 22 eruption. Well, we know the stuff in from Siggy Fissure was a lot less. We know that than what we had at Fraggrafjall and Bob when it first started. Anyway, which measured at 34 and 39 cubic meters per second respectively. And again, those numbers, well, you have to look at duration as well in those numbers. So that's something to keep in mind. But that is an interesting report, and I'm all ears. I really would love to see this thing pop very quickly, but we do understand we are subject to what nature will provide us, and nature doesn't always do what we expect. And one of the things that I have mentioned before, Yvonne Kunkel has mentioned it before, and we all know from past experience, we could have all kinds of stuff going on up top, all kinds of shakers, a little bit of smoke, and then it will all go away. That could happen too. I'm not trying to be a bad guy by saying that. I'm being realistic. So those are possibilities, and these are things that we really, really do have to keep in mind. This thing could all of a sudden turn into a dud completely. But anyway, we'll leave that be for right now. I'm just going to pop around some of the other views here. Both these views that we've got here are from NBL, and they're not bad shots. Unfortunately, my computer keeps changing them to a lower resolution, and that is not fun. I like high res. Anyway, we want to zoom back into that one area. Let's see if we get the right button here. No, I got to turn that one off. There we go. Zoomed in a little bit more. Anyway, we are seeing that right in there, and of course the angle is a little bit different than what we see at Siggy's Fissure here. The angle coming off, you can see the spout there, something like that. So a little bit different in direction. I don't know. This location here is the northwest corner of Meridalier Valley, northwest corner. If we go to the earthquake map, well, actually that one's going to be full of stuff. Visor has a YouTube cam pointed towards the easterly direction. Awesome. Visor, I will take a look at that when I get a chance there, and we'll take a look and see what Visor has got. But I love this shot because it does show us the smoker, and I don't know if I'm seeing smoke in the back area here as well. and it does look like there might be some heating of this area. So don't count this area out yet. Everybody's saying, well, actually Alex was saying to the northeast, but need to zoom out, Doc. I'm telling you. Okay, I'm going to zoom back out. Let's see. There, that's zoomed out. Okay, what are you telling me? We wanted to look at that. All right. I'm still thinking this degassing from the old eruption. Well, Bloxy Man, I don't know if you want to call it that, because that magma there, or that lava as it had cooled, it's basically gotten fairly cold already. It's not that warm. It's not the same as where you have 80 to 100 meters thick of lava sitting there. Those areas back there where that smoke is emanating from, you maybe have 20, okay, and 20 meters, 60 feet worth, if that. That will cool off in over the course of a year. So I don't think that's going to be that big of a concern unless you're talking about stuff a little bit further down. Not necessarily fog. No, what we are seeing there, we are seeing it's either steam or smoke coming from the ground. It is best to see on the other one. Well, we can take a look at those as well. Not that camera view. Let me get to change that one. I'm trying to see. Anyway, this is from looking past the smelter there, the aluminum smelter. There's a Kalir, of course, and the area. Wow, they're saying it's going to pop over there. We'll see what happens there. 5 minutes. Thanks, Tom. And all good. Let's take a look at the other shot here. This, of course, from what was it? Thornbjorn, up on to the south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant there. And there's Ragnar over there. So this is covered in case something happens over there. And this, of course, the long-range shot. We're out here on the Rakens Peninsula, near the lighthouse, down by the water. That, of course, is the steam geyser that's going all the time. You can see some steam in the background here. That's the Blue Lagoon and that hill that other camera was on. And right there, of course, the geothermal power plant. Let's keep going through these streams. I'm actually going to make this one smaller because we don't need it. And while we're going through things, this is a shot of, and it's not very clear today for some reason. Why is that so yucky looking? It is on 1080p. Oh, there it cleared up a little bit. The setting was there, but the quality wasn't. That is Katla, and we're not seeing anything happening there at Katla, but I figured we better show that real quick. So that is what we've got going on there. It looks quiet, even if, well, if we go back earlier in the day, it was very foggy over there. Not good there. And still people coming. Wow. Okay, let's put that one back to live so we know that one is doing its thing. Gonna make that one smaller. Next one, of course, here's one of the views for Litli Hurter Nord. What is it? Norder? If I said it correctly. I have no idea if I did or not. Anyway, that is one of them. Here's one of the other ones. This one is looking a little further to the west, but now they're panning it. It looks like this spot that looked pretty dry yesterday is got moisture in it again, which is pretty awesome. This, this. How do you say that? Is it liti? Hurter. This is Suter. Okay, Liti Hurter Suter. That's simple. We can all say that. Let's all say it together. I'm kidding. Hooter, a hooter, hooter, hooter. There we go. And that is a little ram. Is that what that is? Yeah, just don't get in the way of that little ram. Anyway, that is not a bad shot too. But this one, of course, is from up on our ridge. And there's a story and of course a Ragnar over here. And we are not seeing anything. We're still seeing what looks like steam or smoke or over on that spot over there. That, of course, is Geldigadalr, and that's what we're seeing. So pretty cool. Anyway, I am going to go take a break. We are going to put you back on the multi-view for the duration of the break. That's only if I can figure out where I left it. And I know I had a multi-view in here somewhere. Just trying to find it. Let's see, how did I have this set up? Maybe, oh, no, not that guy. There's got to be one more that I'm missing. Nope, not that one. How about this one? No. This one? Oh, maybe. Oh, that map got deformed. Maybe that is not the right one, but we will shrink that map to fit. How about that? All right, I'm going to leave it here. We seem to have two of the same ones, though. I'm going to have to change that. There we go. There's one of them changed. Maybe we'll leave it on that one. And again, I got to refresh that. For some reason, it is not sharp enough. I don't know if it's just because it's looking into the sun. Anyway, or as the sunset is happening. We'll leave it on there for a few minutes. I'm going to go take a break. I do need to do that. I had a hot, dry day, so my throat is actually quite sore. And, okay, and Liti Hurter, south, oh, south. Yeah, Süder is south. We got that. In German, south is Süd. So, Südlich, if you're going southerly. All right, I'm going to go do my thing, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. By the way, I don't know if you guys seen the secret volcano for today. I'm just gonna show you real quick. I'm hoping that somebody will be able to figure out which secret volcano this is. I know it's going to be tough, but behave, and that's our secret volcano. Hey, Sue, quit laughing. You're not allowed to do that. Anyway, let's go take that break. I will be back in timeline in Iceland is 2400. Yes, happy midnight, Iceland. And you are now in the future. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please give it a quick bop. I see we've got 100 people in the chat, only 68 likes. I guess about a third of you don't like it, huh? I hope you hit that like button. It'd be real awesome for me. Anyway, also, if you haven't subscribed yet, you're sitting on the outside. Just remember, we've got a lot more to come. And if you hit that subscribe button, you can pop in and chat as well if you like. After it takes 1 minute, we've got that because of the spam that goes on. So anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Here comes some music. And I'll see you in about 6 or 7 minutes. microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Hopefully everything is still streaming. The chat quit? The chat quit. I see LOL Gemma Super Kitty saying, "Hey Trevor is the last thing. Did my chat die? I hope not." No, looks like bit rates are okay. So, I guess my chat stalled out. I don't see anybody chatting, so it's okay. For now, I will keep going, and hopefully things are actually working, and I'm not stalled out on me. I do see more people in the channel. We got 93 of you in here. That's all cool. I did want to pop over and see what we've got going on in our harmonic tremor charts, and we're going to take a look at that right there, and I'm going to try to refresh my other screen. Well, no, that is refreshing. My chat is broken though for some reason. I'm going to try to reset that, see if that'll work. No, top chat. How about live chat? Didn't change. Okay, there we go. Henry is now coming through. It says welcome back. Awesome. Yeah, what? A reload didn't help. Okay, and now we see Tom and everyone else. Wow, my chat died too. Lots of error messages. Yeah, that's weird. Even though my bit rates were all still good here. So anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Henry, and hi to Tom, and hi Judy M, and thanks there Kevin and Piggy, and I hear you DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and all good, and thank you Sue, a third time. Wow. LOL, 2 dogs, 3 cats spread out between 3 fans. Are you sure you got enough fans? Piggy, and where are you between all those fans? That's the question. Anyway, looking at what we've got on our chart here, let's get at this, and said welcome back 3 times, LOL. Oh, okay. Well, it didn't show up here at all. It's kind of weird. I got 1 fan on me. Awesome, Piggy. The chat have a priority? Okay. Anyway, looking at the chart, we know we see a slight decline in activity, and we are definitely seeing less seismic energy being expelled. Unfortunately, we cannot see what's going on with our magmatic lines here underneath. To me, I mean, here we see it down there, we see it up there, little tip here, up to here, and of course it's a solid stuff with either our seismic and our tremor activity and tectonic action, really. You know, that's what we're seeing. So something is amiss here. We're still seeing a heavy action. Obviously, it's not over. Seems to purple seems to be pointed up. Yeah, well, I'm not sure where it is here in the last 4 hours, though. That's the thing. Is it going up, or is it going down, or is it kind of trying to stay steady? We don't know that. So, and we do need lava, and that is something that we really do need. I'm going to try to bring this other photo on here, and somebody just sent that to me. I'm going to see if that will fit here, and kind of give you a little bit of a look at the uplift there in the Reykjanes Peninsula. And this is a kind of a neat, you can see where it is emanating from, and that is basically sitting, well, Siggy Fissure would just be right about here, Ragnar right about here. So that is within the heart of where the uplift is coming from. What went on vacation? Who went on vacation? Purple seems to be pointed, yeah, up. Okay. Anyway, there's your uplift chart, so you can see where in the Reykjanes Peninsula things have been going up a little bit, and that is actually pretty awesome to see. Majority of the elevated area is right here, and that is very, very close to Siggy Fissure. So it wouldn't be a surprise if that's where we see it pop. And you know, Kayleer being over here and thinking it's going to pop over to the northeast. Well, that is possible. You know, it is wherever the ground is the weakest and that lava can manage to push up and through. That's what we'll see pop up. But to me, this looks like, you know, when you look at the ground uplift, the pressure point is here. And that is right in this area. That is just to the southern side of Ragnar. And I would put that pretty much in Maridalia Valley. 6 inches or so of uplift. Yeah, it's pretty intense. Not sure if they got anything else here. Okay, they're talking about the swarms and stuff of the earthquakes. But it's nice to be able to see that and kind of put that into perspective as well. And that is something that, you know, we been looking for. And people have kind of wondered, you know, what's going on here? Are we seeing that uplift, and where is it actually emanating from? And when people say the entire peninsula has raised up, well, it is. It has, and it's lifted quite a bit. So here's the central point, though, to it. Anyway, let's get back to our charts here. This, of course, Fraga del Fjall. We'll go up to look at the other ones here for ASCA first. We'll just take a quick peek. And there's the ASCA chart. And as we can see, our magmatic, a Piggy threw in the membership, and that is awesome. Piggy gifted one month free membership for someone, and Charlotte got it. Piggy gifted one. Congratulations, Charlotte, and thank you very kindly, Piggy. You are an awesome person. Anyway, looking at the magmatic, our purple line here, dipped a little and came up a bit. For ASCA, that's, you know, not unreasonable or unusual. We do see our seismic activity, the green line, did move up quite a bit. So that is interesting. As far as our tectonic movement, I'm not going to jump up or down and say, hey, something's happening. We are still seeing quite a few quakes in the area. And these may be just rumblings from the stuff that's happening on the Reykjanes Peninsula, because they are very close to the what we refer to as the terminator between the North American and Eurasian plate. You know, when we have those quakes on the Reykjanes, that's going to carry up or down the line, and we will definitely feel that and see it on a lot of the other sensors there. A secret for an exclusive reveal, doc. I get it. What? Oh, you're talking about the secret volcano? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, the secret volcano today is top secret. It's really, really going to be tough to figure out. And Sue, quit smirking. Iceland just pop before I snout bop. I get it. Okay. Piggy throws in a wonderful little super chat, and that is awesome, Piggy. Thank you very kindly for that. And I think you might have to snout bop it. You never know. You never know. The quick was okay. I don't know about the 3.5. Wow. Okay, another 3.5 quake. Huh. That's pretty nasty. Anyway, ASCA, I got a bunch of quakes, so we are seeing. The only thing strange here is the drastic rise in seismicity, or green color. Let's go down and we'll find the next chart here. It's actually the furthest northward point there in Iceland, and of course that is the Grimsy, the island of Grimsy. So we are seeing the magmatic go up and down and up and down a little bit, so nothing really outrageous. Seismicity kind of steady for a little while, and then an uptick with a little bit of a hook back down, and then we see our tectonic, a little bit of a drop and a slow climb. So nothing really crazy going on there at Grimsy up in the northern parts. I think most of the activity is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula on the opposite end really of the island there. So let's continue on and we'll see what Grindavik's chart looks like. This is for Grindavik. Grindavik is to the southwest of Fagradalfjall, and they of course are picking up a lot of that extra noisy quakes that are happening in the Fagradalfjall area and up towards the north area there by Keilir. We are seeing the magmatic peaking out up here at an elevated level. I'm able to see where the terminator is for our seismicity for that one, but we can certainly see we have a lot of activity there during the day. So that is what we've got. Let's take a look at the last chart. We want to take a look at Kristuvik, and Kristuvik is to the northeast of Fagradalfjall, so we'll likely see more activity there. And yep, we definitely are. And can anyone hear 4 hertz sound? I don't think so. You are not able to. That's way too low in frequency. At that point, Dot, it's 4 hertz is not something that you would hear. You might feel it, but you certainly won't hear it. So that is something to consider. Anyway, the seismicity and magmatic lines are basically covered up, so we have no idea where things are. Pardon me, hang on. Okay, I had a quick cough and a drink of Pepsi. Hopefully that cured it. And yeah, and William Lines, thanks for renewing your membership, saying hello, Dr. Fox, and all the beautiful Lava family. And thanks for popping back in there, Will. Glad to have you on board. I see Electric Drog is here as well. The cycle 4 per second requires elephant ears. Electric Dog, I don't think even elephants can hear that. You're going to be feeling it. It's just too low of a frequency. Our acoustic system in our bodies is not designed to pick that up. Even the really low stuff, like something that an elephant would pick up, 4 cycles, too low. Anyway, we'll leave that for now. I'm going to put this back on Fagradalfjall, of course, and hopefully you enjoyed looking at the Uplift map. And thank you. I believe it was Alex. I want to double check. Yeah, it was Alex. So thanks, Alex, for sending that in. That is awesome. Be nice in the chat, you guys. Be nice. Amy, what is it? Kinser. I hope I said that right, Amy. And welcome. Good to have you on board. Anyway, let's leave the charts there. I'm going to go over to the next point here, and that is looking at the earthquakes, of course. And we are going to zoom out here a little bit. Now, I've changed the settings a little bit on my system here because of the quantity of earthquakes we were getting. I've set it to 6 hours. I'm going to put it back to 24 hours so we can see what we've had in 24 hours. The last 24 hours have resulted in 1,768 earthquakes. And the biggest one that we see on this map appears to be either a 4.52, and that is over here. And let's see if that'll show up. There it is, a 4.52, 10 kilometers down though. Came in at 6 minutes after 5 a.m. this morning, and it woke Alex up. Anyway, this one from 3:03 a.m. Alex just thought he'd put another quarter in the massage unit on his bed. That one's 7 kilometers down. And the other one is a 4 right there. I picked the same one. They're stacked so hard and heavy right in that area. It's difficult to tell what's going on. But that is a nasty swarm that is out by LD. And you can see LD is right there. And it's 4.8 kilometers depth, it says. That whole area, of course, this is part of the Reykjanes Peninsula, right? It's the Reykjanes Ridge as soon as you come out here. And you kind of have to wonder, what have we got going on? Now, I want to remind everyone, when Bob first popped, we had the quakes up in the north, then we had that shift where it went way down in the south, and it went down by LD in that area. Then it came up and it kind of sat just about right at Grindavik, and then it went back up to the north again, and then it dropped back down to Fagradalfjall area. So this, or I should say, right where Ragnar and Bob started. So these are what you gotta consider. You know, this is a possibility that we're seeing that shifting happening now. It again, because of the way the magma intrusion is happening, we do have to consider, you know, is this thing just moving around a bit, like what it did in 2021, or are we seeing something new potentially, and or we're going to see a little bit more action, and these quakes will re-intensify up in Fagradalfjall area. That is the other thing. Thanks, Tom. 4.8 was the largest quake so far. Actually, we had a 4.9. What was it? Yesterday morning or something, or was it the day before? But I do recall a 4.9. Nothing over a 5 yet, Dot. Just so you know, I think it was a 4.91, if I'm correct. So pretty cool to see. Anyway, yeah, lots of these quakes. So the migration of the quakes, this is something. And again, when we put this back on 6 hours, we get rid of a lot of these quakes, and we see what has happened. So if the pressure has relieved itself over here underneath LD and that area, it's now reconcentrated over back here by Kalir, and that is something, you know, that is interesting. And we are seeing some quakes that are at reasonable sizes yet. This one here is particularly interesting, and that's a 3.64, and it's only 135 meters down. So is that something that, you know, could be the catalyst to making it go? And this is where Alex was saying, well, it may be shifting over here to the east of Kalir. There's a Kalir right there, and that is a possibility, but we've seen these shifts before, and I just want to continue, you know, emphasizing that. Quackers or quakes? Quakes, not quackers. We have no quackers here today. But we could see this migrate back down again. And that is something that we do have to consider. The other thing, again, too, that we need to keep in mind is what we originally said. All this may be for nothing, okay? And I'm not trying to put a downer on the situation, but this could actually all go away without ever spilling a bit of lava. So, just to be on the serious side from the scientific point, what we're seeing are the signs and indicators that an eruption would be imminent. But realistically, there is still a small percentage that this could just die out and go away. And I'm definitely hoping that it is not that option. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, it is just about time for me to go take a break. I'm going to put you back on a multi-camera views here for right now. And of course, a top left camera is looking at kind of almost at K-Lear on the screen now there. Okay, they've moved it over, so we're looking northward from that shot. It's likely going to refocus. There it did. The bottom camera on the left, we are looking at what's referred to as a southern meridalier, and we can see a Storehöger there where the footpath is. And then, of course, the bottom right camera, we're looking at a Meridalier Valley, and over in the western side of it, or the left-hand side there, you can see a little bit of smoke in the background. That is right where I'm thinking we're going to see something, but you never know. And you do see K-Lear in that shot over on the left side at the top there, the pointy guy. Anyway, let's leave that there. I'm going to go take a break. When we come back from the break, we will have more interesting stuff going on. So stick around, you guys. If you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. That'd be awesome. Also, if you are enjoying it and just peeking in from the outside, by all means, give that subscribe button a quick bop if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break for 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and then when we come back, we will have bacon seeds. And by the way, I'm teasing everyone with the secret of volcano today. And please remember, this is a secret volcano. Don't tell if you know. This is going to be guessed after bacon seeds. Okay? Anyway, let's leave it there for right now, and I will be back. Here comes some music, and nobody spill the beans on that secret volcano. No, it's not Bob Dot. Sorry. And don't spill the beans. I'll be back in a bit. Don't go away. Thanks. go. That microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and JB and Kevin. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And Sophie saying, yay, Doc, and thanks, Chubby. And Michael Olson and Sharon Stewart giggling. Okay, and thanks, Mr. Pillar. And Dot saying, welcome back. And Dot actually brought up a very, very good point. She was saying, can K-Lear erupt? And I just want to address that just for a minute. The answer is absolutely. And this is something that I'm not sure when the last eruption from K-Lear actually was. I'm trying to see if we can spot it on the chart here. It's got a lot of quakes around it. Where is K-Lear? I need to find it. It's busy. There's the other one. There's a K-Lear, and let's see. Does it show if we click on it? No, it won't. But K-Lear, of course, being what it is a Tua type volcano, right? I'm not sure the classification of that. I'm not that versed in what they call them, but I do believe it was somewhere between 10 and 40,000 years ago. I don't think it's been active recently, but that does not mean that it is completely gone, and we could see an eruption happen there, especially considering where we've had all the quakes. You know, it's here as well as now over on the eastern side of it. Is there a possibility that we have something moving around underneath there? And what Honeydew says, MBL Cam just got zoomed in on the smoke in Meridalier Valley. Which MBL Cam? Because we are looking at one of them. Oh, in Meridalier. I wonder which camera they're using. I'm curious about that now. Center rate of a frame just zoomed in, but now zoomed out. Okay, center rate of a frame on the bottom one that we're looking at. If they looked at, I'm just trying to turn on the correct one here. I have so many things on my screen, it's hard to point to every one of them. So this is the one I want. I want to see if I can turn my mouse on for that temporarily, and just kind of a point. Yeah, if this is the smoke here that we see if you're looking down on the bottom right camera. So that is the area where we were looking yesterday, last night, and I'm hoping Siggy Fissure is right over here on this side, so I'm hoping it down there. But you see the distance, there's K-Lear over there. If you're looking at the bottom right camera, I've got the mouse pointer pointing there, even though I'm on a different screen. But smoke here, K-Lear over there, Meridalier Valley right in at the bottom here. So all cool. Anyway, I did say one little moss fire. Not necessarily a moss fire. This one over here, I don't believe is a moss fire, because that is sitting in amongst some old lava, and I doubt very much that there's anything left. Smoke also on Geldingadarler, Iceland Alive close-up. That could be as well. And we can have a look. Oh, MBL. Yeah, everybody's kind of snooping around. They're hunting is what they're doing, trying to figure out where it's going to pop and where their cameras should be pointed. And it's a good guess no matter what. Anyway, we need to get at bacon seeds. Okay, we get it, Nightbot. Oh yeah, Nightbot is really pushing it with his smoke thing there, isn't he? Anyway, Yeah, so getting back to Dot's thing though, as far as the possibility of K-Lear erupting, very possible. It's nothing is left out. This was the last bacon seed from yesterday, you guys, and Piggy had sent that. And there's a new one right here. Piggy is saying it is 3:44 a.m. there, and look at that. It's still light outside, right above her head. We can see that. Anyway, let's get on to the wonderful shots that she sent for today. And here's the first one. And look at the smile on this guy. A very sophisticated pig. He's just read his bank statement and realized he's now a multi-billionaire. And he's a very happy pig. Anyway, Professor Pig. Yeah, a rich guy. Got lucky, and he invested in pork stock and did well. And his accomplices, of course, they ended up going into a Crowbar Hotel. Anyway, that's awesome. I hate seeing him locked up, though. That's a nice looking bacon seed. He doesn't look too happy. And let's see, and he needs a hogwash, I think. Pulled pork stock. Yep. Yeah, we had that one on yesterday. Behind bars. Yep. LOL. Let me what? Send me a jail. Let me in. Send me jail. Okay. There's the response, and that is the tongue sticking out. That is a cute looking bacon seed. A clean little guy, and that is awesome. And let's grab the next one, and there we go. And these guys need hogwashes too. They definitely got dirty snout boppers. Anyway, somebody has got to give them a hogwash. Maybe they're lining up for getting a hogwash. Pigs should be pelted and not eaten, petted and not eaten. Yeah, they are nice though. I like them. And actually, only the angry ones should be food. These three look pretty interesting. Very sophisticated with their hats on, and the center one seems to be the vocal one. Yeah, flat cap piggies. Yep, and the three Irish tenors. Oh, is that what they are? They're tenors. Awesome. Let's get to the next bacon seed. And there's a 4 here, and definitely some hogwash required. And some of them don't look that tiny. So I get them in the hogwash. And that will be awesome. And there we go. And let's see, what else we got here. Here's 3 more. I think these guys are maybe practicing for the choir or something. What is it? Hang on, we just had that word. Quintet? No, not quintet. Anyway, they're gonna go singing. Yeah. Anyway, let's get to the next shot. And this one is looking at you and enjoying his day. He looks like he's, I don't know if you want to call that the ginger or not, but I think that fur is kind of rough looking. Yep, pigs can be as smart as a 3-year-old kid. So very, very interesting. And here's, speaking of looking like dogs, we've got a dog on the left and a dog on the right and a pig on the left. Who do you think would win here in this battle? I think it's pretty obvious. One more, and that is this one. This is the last bacon seed of the day. And of course, you've got to have your little pet pig with his pet dog. And they are awesome together. And that is really cool. A big thank you to Piggy for providing those wonderful bacon seeds today. Thank you very, very much, Piggy, and you do such a wonderful job getting them in there. So thanks, and I do appreciate it, as will everyone else, I'm sure. All right, let's get on to our next little segment, and that is guessing the secret volcano. Okay, is anyone willing to guess the secret volcano? There it is. All right. If you want, I can take that off of there. It's not Siggy. My God, what are you guys doing? This is not Siggy. There we go. Kevin Haynes has got it. And Piggy came up with Ragnar just right after it. There we go. We've got it. So Kevin gets... Kevin gets a stack of cookies, and I'm going to give Piggy a stack of sugar-free cookies. So, Piggy, here's yours, and because you were very, very close time-wise on my screen, and yours the sugar-free ones. Last year's, no, that's actually 2 years ago now. That was from Ragnar, and that is... Actually, it's not a shot I took, or is it? It might be one of my own pictures that I zoomed in, and that is all good. Why am I getting a buffering on that screen? Okay, that my little screen there was buffering, so I'm looking at my bit rates, so they're fine. I thought it was Dr. Fox. Okay. Yeah, I think this is one of my shots, my own photos, so that is pretty cool. Is that from when it first started? No, this was from when I went there in August of 2021. 2021 is when this picture was taken, and it's one of my photos, so it's not video, it's a photo. And that is actually a pretty decent shot. Had to catch it with the lava up there, and I did. So pretty cool. Let's see, what else do we want to get at? We got a little bit of time. Obviously, we can just take a quick peek back here. We see what's going on, and I don't see anything popping up anywhere. I did want to just run around and take a look at some of the other things that we've got going on. Does a cool room temperature cause sneezes? No, Dot, it doesn't. I'll take a look at the lights though. If you look up into the light, and if you got a ceiling light, then you might see it. Meridian smoke. Okay, we want to kind of look at that. There we see more smoke in Meridian, especially over on this area right in here. That is that same spot where we were seeing it before yesterday. And of course, it looks like a little bit of smoke in these other areas as well. I don't know if it's just drifting around, but for sure right here, it is continuing to smoke. That was the place where I thought it might pop. Piggy, good night, get some sleep, hon, and all the best to you, and hopefully you will rest without too much problem. Dot, no, well, some of them aren't really heavy duty mods. Like Sue has got the mod because she is a real good person who helps out a lot here. And that is, what we got going on. Piggy is a fun person, and we don't worry about the mods so much. They're not bad people. They are wonderful people. So offers a Piggy walk-in freezer. Yeah. I see a C&D boy made it in as well. So yeah, no worries. Anyway, our mods here, they're wonderful. Piggy jumps in the freezer. Oh, there we go. And all good. let's see, was just wondering, curious, no worries. Our mods are friendly. They are good people, and that's a part of the wonderful lava family that we've got here. So, we had, I literally just added two the mods, and the two that I added, of course, was Yvonne Kunkel as well as Sue, and both of them do a fair amount of input into the stream, and I thought it would just be one, easier to spot them for me, and two is kind of an honor. It's an honorary position, if you will, to be part of the group here. So that's kind of why I did that. Jonas says geologists say here in Iceland that there is no such thing as a smoke, and the internet is thinks it's safe. Geez, stains on the camera. Smoke? No, there's no such thing as smoke. That's just dirty cameras. That's caused by wind. No? I'm kidding. Anyway, that is pretty bad. There's no such thing as smoke. Well, what do you call that stuff coming out of the ground? I guess just exhaust. The Earth's tailpipe. Anyway, we want to go around and take a look at a couple other places real quick. This, of course, is stuck. This is the photo. I don't actually have anything there. Let me see if I can find that. I deleted the scenes, and I wanted to fix that up. I'm still fixing things from yesterday, from the crash, and I'm trying to find that one in my list of stuff here, but I'm not seeing it. Where did it go? All right, someone has made off with another one of my windows here. Well, I guess we won't need it for right now. Oh, I see what's happening. We've got two of the other ones. Maybe this one. No. Okay, that's not going to work. So we're not going to see any earthquakes there in the Azores right now. I'll have to find out where everything went. Let's go to, let's start down in Chile, why don't we? It's nice and chilly there. It'll keep everyone cool. This one, of course, first, Lascar volcano down in Chile. And this was from this morning. We do see a little bit of gas and such coming out of there and creating a plume just on the other side. And that can be because we've got the air blowing over top, and it's getting a little bit of a heat and drawing out some of that moisture and some of the exhaust from it. So that's what's going on there. Next one from this morning, of course, that is Laguna del Mole, also in Chile. And yep, they got a whole pile of snow. It's not good, not good. Steam, yep, steam. And the next shot here from this morning as well, this is Villarrica. And I'm very happy this shot didn't get blurred out on me, that we can actually see it. Because usually we don't see Villarrica. It's in clouds on a normal day. And there you go, filled up with all kinds of snow, and we do see the glow. We know that means there is some activity happening down within that caldera, and the smoke plume coming off of it is a good indicator that we're going to see more off-gassing and more action. Let's see what else we got. This is Rincon de la Vieja, not showing. This one, of course, is Masaya. We're going up a little bit further north. This is in Nicaragua, and we can see the lava arc, if you want to call it, there, down and deep inside that caldera. I'm actually going to refresh that one. We'll take a look. There is what it looks like when it's glowing, and that is pretty awesome. I think there might even be a little bit more lava in there now than there was before. So from this morning to this evening. And let's get to the next one here. And I want to see if I can get that picture to get a little crisper. That, of course, is Fuego in Guatemala. And if we go back about 15 minutes or so, we can see it was in the clouds, but you can definitely tell where the top of the volcano is spewing out some wonderful, wonderful dark ash material and tephra, obviously, and gases and all kinds of other stuff. But in contrast with the clouds, that looks pretty awesome. So this is Fuego in Guatemala, and that is a very awesome shot. If we go back a little bit more, it was in and out of the clouds. So I'm trying to find a spot here where we could actually see it, and where it had another eruption. And this one is back a little bit. 1621 is the time on that. Again, you're seeing a very dark plume come out with all kinds of ejecta. And let's see if we could see it this morning at any point in time. Well, this morning it didn't look so well. It was something like that. So, yeah, not going to be able to see too much more. We're going to leave it and put it back on live. And we'll make that one smaller. The next volcano, of course, that we want to go take a look at. And I don't know why that one is buffering. There we go. I got it to work. And this is Popocatépetl in central Mexico. And Popocatépetl, of course, about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. We do see it off-gassing right in that shot. And it has been pretty active for the last few weeks, or, well, a couple months now, actually. And of course they suffered from clouds as well. Just moving back in time, you can see a plume behind the cloud there. And if we go back a little bit more here, I think it was a little clearer, maybe right early in the morning, maybe not. There, we do see the pluming up there, but I'm not able to see the volcano itself. And we go back to 11 hours and 51 minutes ago. We do see it kind of puffing up on the other side. Looks like it's got a little bit of frost all over it again, and some snow up in the top elevations. And I'm sure that would have melted, or yeah, looking at this shot, this is of course back to the live. It did melt off, so no worries there. Anyway, it is break time, you guys, so I'm going to put you back over to the multi-shot. Let's see if we can get that on the screen. There we go. And that, of course, is in in Iceland, but we're looking at Fregafjall area, bottom right, of course, looking at the northern end of Mýrdalur Valley. Off on the left-hand side of that, you see a little bit of smoke coming up, and that is about 200 or 300 feet away from where Siggy Fissure was. So it's kind of a neat thing. Bottom right, or sorry, bottom left camera, we are looking over the what's referred to as southern Mýrdalur, and we can see Ragnar kind of silhouetted there, and portions of the Theatre Hill, etc., the saddle area, and of course the paths it took down into Knothaggy. And we'll leave that be the top one, looking at some space out towards Calir, hoping for an eruption. And of course, on top right is our earthquakes. On those friendly notes, though, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. I am going to go take a little bit of a break, and hopefully you will all hang in there. And we'll have more to come after the break, so keep smiling, play nice, and don't fall off any hills, and don't climb around in that area where the quakes are happening. You might have a volcano pop up on you. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Here comes some music. And keep smiling. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And, of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome back there from Sue. And I'm sure there's more typing that in. Mr. Pillar, thank you. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. In her melodious voice, of course. And thank you, Michael Olson. Anyway, we're going to keep going here with a few more places that we want to take a look at. And we have got all kinds of other stuff still to look at. So, busy. Anyway, Iceland, just as a quick reminder here, we have not yet seen anything major and no really heavy smoke plumes or anything, and we will keep an eye on things. There are many cameras in the area. Everybody wants to capture the eruption, so that is hopeful that we are going to be able to capture it as it happens, and it's always difficult to try to get that. We were very lucky with being able to see the eruption of Kilauea. There we go. I had to go through all of them. When we seen that Hawaii one, and of course that was a recording when we caught it, but still being able to see the first advents of an eruption is always an interesting and a very special moment. So that is what we're actually hoping for here in Iceland as well. And we'll see what happens. So going to keep going. Trev is heading out too. I see Kevin left. Good night to you, Wonky Donkey. And take care. Don't forget to, forget the bump that thumbs, lava ladies and gents. Absolutely. Yep. Don't forget to give it a thumbs up. And good night, Wonky Donkey. Let's head over to our next screen of joy and fun. And, of course, that has got some dilemmas here. I'm trying to see if we can fix that. There we go. All right. First thing we notice, we have a lighter color of volcano gray. It is 8:12 a.m. there. And that is Merapi. And let's see if a Merapi will make us a little bit on the happy side. We'll back that up a little bit and see. Yep, it did pop out of the clouds a little bit, and it was in again. And I'm trying to find. There's a spot here not too far back where we did actually have some lava coming down the side of the mountain, and I haven't seen it yet. But this is at the 5:10 a.m. And I think I found it. I went right by it. It is right about here, and there you can see it. It's up in the clouds, but it did progress, and it got a little bit bigger. I'm going to see if I can switch that real quick. No, that didn't work. I have to do another capture, and we'll do that really quickly so we can see that lava flowing down there. And that should be right around there. Okay, so we'll make that a little bit bigger. There you go. Yeah, that was a little bit of bacon coming down the hill, and I figured, well, at least we will be able to show people some of lava today, and that doesn't look too bad. So at least we've got a little bit. A little bit of lava. You're not going lava hungry, okay? And that is a little bit of a smoky and cloudy lava, but it's a lava nonetheless coming down of Merapi, and that is actually a pretty good flow that's happening there. So pretty awesome to see that. Although we know it's been in the clouds. I did check on it last night before I went to bed. It was in the clouds. This morning when I actually looked, it was in the clouds as well. So it's kind of, what do you do, It's hit and miss. And Mother Nature just she don't care about us volcano observers. It's just the way it is. Anyway, that did look pretty good, and looked like it was doing a good job spilling it. Of course, you can see the event up top here, and where it's gone down. Didn't go quite as far this time. Sometimes it does go up to about 2 kilometers, but you can see the seismicity was very rough, or tectonic action, and you know, something happening in there. The rumble in the jungle, and that is pretty cool. Let's put that back on that full screen. That, of course, is what it looks like without the zoom in. And I'm just trying to go back here and checking a few spots here to see if there might have been a little bit more of that lovely lava. And I think I did find a spot where they actually switched the camera views. You can see it coming down the hill here, and I think they actually switched it, and this may be what we were looking at, but yeah, there they go, and they did switch it. So pretty cool. Full Circle, Florida, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Excited about Iceland. Yep, keeping our fingers crossed. It's just a matter of where it's going to happen, and that is the big question. Anyway, that is Merapi doing its thing, and prior to that, we seen these lights here, and at first I thought, what's going on? Is this a fire or something? But no, those are just lights, and they've got fog and stuff, and that's what's causing that. So it's not smoke. It's just lights. People live there, you know, and that's the way it works. We did see a little bit more of a glow back at 21:58, or almost 8 p.m. their time last night for them. This morning, well, or would have been, no, I guess, well, that's almost 24 hours ago. They're over the international date line, so they're in the future. Anyway, that's what we were seeing. You can see on the chart here, the seismicity was up a little bit as well. So pretty cool. We're going to leave that one be. Going to put that back on live and make that smaller. Next view is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu. And that is at present. I'm going to see if I can adjust that camera. And we'll see if this works. We'll give it a shot for our stream, and we'll see if that'll move the camera. It takes a few seconds for it to swing over and zoom in, so we will have a quick look at that. And yes, Blair, that is Mount Ruapehu there in New Zealand. And hopefully that camera will react and give us a little bit of a zoom in a few seconds here. So skiing season opened last week. Oh, cool. And that is awesome. And I think they have enough snow up on the hill. I don't know how high up they go for their skiing, but it does definitely look like it's got a lot of snow up there. Gonna have a sip of Pepsi here. Hang on. Fine vintage. I need that once in a while. Big dump last week. Yeah, it definitely looked like it. I'm not sure if that camera is responding to me or not. It may not. Oh, something's happening. Will it? Or will it not? I don't know if it's going to do anything. Anyway, let's not worry about it. It's not responding, so I was hoping for a little bit of a zoom in or close up. Clouds are moving. Yep, they are for sure. And we'll leave it as that for right now. And we'll maybe take a look in a bit if it does do anything else. Next one is going to be our chart for Ruapehu, for Taupo, and Taupo definitely got something going on there. we've got a little bit of action that we see, and I think we seen that yesterday, and this, of course, during their nighttime and into a morning, it kind of settled a little bit more. So something happening in the wee hours, interesting to see for a Taupo. The other one here, of course, to the northern side there a little bit more, and looks like they did have a little bit of an uptick at that point, where we seen that same thing with the other one right in here. So coincidence? I doubt it. I think that is something that affected everything and shook it a little bit and dropped back down. So something caused a little bit of movement. Next one, of course, is our wonderful view of a Taupo, and let me get that on the right scene. There we go. The caldera for Taupo, of course, is the entirety of the lake, and that is what we've got there. Our wonderful Mount Ruapehu is back there, hiding in those hills behind those clouds, and that's why we're not seeing it. It doesn't look overly windy today. Our little flags are not quite as active, so not like a couple of days ago. They were really flapping in the breeze. And that's about it for New Zealand, Mount Ruapehu and Taupo. Not doing anything crazy. And just a quick shout out to a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo for this wonderful shot. And White Island volcanoes are pretty quiet and steady. And I don't think it's White Isle that caused that little bit of a rumble at Taupo, because we didn't see that on the northern chart. Anyway, we'll leave that be. We'll make that one smaller. Remember, tomorrow they are going to have their flea market. We'll be able to get our fleas, and that'll be awesome. Let's, oh no, what? It wouldn't have. Amelia says, Kia Ora, shout out and a thumbs up. Big thank you for an extra Iceland stream and a chat, and no worries there, Amelia. Glad you're enjoying that. I stayed at the Suncourt years ago. Awesome Tropic, and hope it was a good place. Anyway, let's get to the next shots here. I was going to say let's have a look at Semeru, but we don't see anything from Semeru being up and running right now. So they have no live stream, and yep, nothing. They ended theirs about 21 hours ago and haven't been back. So taking a little bit of a break. The next one that we've got up for bids is, of course, is that live? I don't think it's live. Let me take a look. I don't think it is. No, that's the latest one there. I want to see live streams. Streamed 2 hours ago. Let's put that on. Oh, let's put some commercials on. Why don't we? Nice timing. And all right, we'll wait till they are skippable. There we go. All right, so this was what he had streamed there just a little bit ago. You can see quite a bit of a drop in that lava that's going down the side of the mountain. There's, of course, the two valleys there that it's been going down, and that one looks like it's going down that left side, and that's as he was setting it up. Semeru report. Oh yeah, that's on this one. I will get to that in a second. I'm working through on those there, Sue. That is in this scene setup, just at the other end. I've got 3 other things in between, so no worries. Anyway, that is what Mayon there on Luzon Island in the Philippines was doing this very early morning or nighttime, whatever it is there. And we can see some lava flow now coming down the other path. So before we seen it going down on this side, now we're seeing it come down on this side. So it looks like this one is a little further. Oh, the picture disappeared. sometimes that happens. We do see some weird lights in there. I'm not sure what's going on. He's still adjusting his camera. Anyway, if we go skip ahead a little bit just to take a look at what he had later on. It was interesting seeing some of that as we got a little bit lighter in the daytime or very early morning hours. Slightly out of focus, but you can see how far down that lava has gotten. We've seen that glow. So some of that stuff is actually moving quite a long distance from up here at the summit and the lava dome. So pretty cool to be able to see that. And of course we had a shot that was mailed or emailed in, and I did not get a chance to load it. I was trying to see where the heck it is, and let me see if I can load that one real quick. I got to put it in the right place so and save it, otherwise I won't find it, and it's always difficult there. July 7, 2023. If I date it, I always know when it's from. Alright, so let's see if I can load that one real quick. Pretty awesome shot though, to be able to see that lava coming down the hill, and that is pretty cool. Let's get to that one. Where am I? Get in the right folder. And let's see if I can find this really quickly. Where is it? It starts with M. It's called Mayon. Mayon with a date. Mayon with a July. Why is it? Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay, so this was the screen capture from earlier this morning for their time, and that's kind of what it looked like. So not a bad shot, and I thought that is kind of nice to see it progressing. Anyway, there is what it was a little bit earlier than that during the start of the morning, if you want to call it that, with sunlight starting to light things up. We do see more of that flow in two directions there that time. So unfortunately we don't have a closer up or crisper shot of the vent area, and that is due to several things, distance being one of them, and the quality of the camera, of course. Using a cell phone doesn't give you the super sharp zoom in abilities that you would have with an optical zoom device. Alright, let's leave that though, and we'll put it back a little bit further here just to kind of give you an idea what it was looking like. A couple of shots. Interesting to see that forefront as it's lit up there, all the previous lava flows. Very neat looking to see that down on the bottom there, and I think that is gets it even clearer here. So pretty good. Why is that in 360? We should have 720. There we go. Not that bad, and you can see where the previous flows have gone, and that is actually kind of a neat design. You know, you don't see that in too many of the other volcanoes, at least not in other places. I think that's something more unique for the Philippine and Indonesian area, in my opinion. So anyway, let's leave it there. This was another one that he had from earlier, and if we go take a look at it, there you can see some really heavy pluming from today, and pretty awesome. Alright, let's make that one smaller. I'm going to leave that be. I don't believe all Volcano is up and running, and we are going to double check. No, they don't have anything new, so nothing there. And Madame Rutza, let's see if she has anything running for us. or anyone else, and streamed 3 months ago. Nothing live, so that's all good. And we do have the report for Semeru, and I do need to emphasize that. I was watching it last night, watching the flow of what was coming down the hill, and it was just intense as far as the volumes. Anyway, here's the photo. The bridge in, what is it, Kabondali area there was destroyed yesterday from the Lahars. And this is nothing to do with it, so let's close that one. Anyway, strong Lahars destroy several bridges, evacuations ordered, and threatened villages, and ongoing heavy rainfall in East Java region caused strong lahars from Semeru. Mud flows have been triggered by remobilization of ash and dome block deposits, resulting in dangerous clay-sized particles mixed with water-saturated debris flows, okay, which affected a broad eastern and southeastern area of the volcano. People from the threatened villages have been evacuated evacuated to leave their homes. Okay, I guess. And powerful lahars caused a local bridge connecting Kandipuro and Pasramjabi district in whatever it is there, a village, and destroyed it completely. We do have this on here. I can't do it full screen, but we'll let it rip. And let's get rid of the volume because I don't want to get any copyright infringements. So let's see if I can align that up just a little bit better. There we go, so we can see the whole thing. And that is basically the lahar material coming down the river, or the canyon, if you will, carving more and more of a river. Pardon me. That is one of the shots there. There was another, different venue here. Okay, they're running. You can see that lahar coming up and moving through behind them there. That is not good. And the guy dropped his motorbike and he's continuing to run. Yeah, I think you're done. Don't be standing there taking video. Here's another one, and this is, let's see if we can line that up just a tad better, right there, and we'll play that one as well. And again, I have to turn the volume off, otherwise we risk copyright issues. And anyway, this is pretty nasty, and you can see the excavator sitting there. They dug that scoop into the dirt there to keep it stable, but I think they should have got it out of there. That bridge looks like it is going to be gone. Yeah, run, and run very quickly. Lahars can move up to 100 plus miles an hour. You don't ever want to try out running them. So ooh, look at that. And that stuff is filled with huge boulders and rocks and stuff. If you ever get in one of these, it'll just pulverize you. You will be just smacked around so badly that let's just say it's something you don't want to experience. It's probably something none of us would want to experience ever. And that is kind of the way it is. Anyway, that's the end of that particular video. There was another one here. Again, we have to shut the volume off, and you can see what that material looks like in the background, and that is pretty scary. And hopefully that they didn't have people losing lives or anything like that. That's always the hard part. Hopefully everyone was smart enough to stay away from these fast flows. And one of the things that I do want to mention, people living in these regions usually are accustomed to that type of disaster happening. So, although some of them can get caught unaware, but a lot of them, the locals, they know where they're living and they know there's a risk. So that's something that they have to understand. Brave people are living on the site of a volcano in Semeru. Yep, I do agree. We already seen that one, and that is about it. So that is a pretty nasty situation for them in Indonesia, and it is what it is, and not much we can do. I'm going to put this back to our other multi-view here, and we've covered that one, so that is all good. It is time for me to take a break. I know I went a little far. I don't know if you can hear the squirrel outside there. He's yelling at me to get a cookie before the magpies get it. Anyway, don't go away, you guys. If you guys are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop and help us out. And also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be really cool as well. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I will be back in about 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Wow, I thought it's a rattlesnake. No, that's a squirrel, you guys. That's what a squirrel sounds like here. And on occasion, they put A at the end of their chirping noises. Anyway, I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Here's some music, and keep an eye for lava. I'll be back. am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. So, yeah, I see you, Nick. Thanks for owning up, saying I'm thinking my before 36 hours vote is a shot. Just dang. And hey, it could very well be. Well, actually, it is. Not just could be. Definitely. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from our melodious Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Michael, as well. Yeah, even my 36 hours, and that's what I guesstimated, and it's not happened. I thought the lava, because it was moving quickly, I thought it would make it, but not quite. And we are still waiting, though. And, you know, you never know what will happen. Like I'm always mentioned, volcanoes are just unpredictable. So this is something that we have to keep in mind. It just never, ever fails. They do as they desire, not as we wish them to. And you can even drop bombs on them to try to stop them, and that doesn't help any. Speaking of dropping bombs, let's go take a look at a couple other volcanoes. And we will take a look first at, well, it's buffering, but it'll pop into view. And there it is, Mount Etna, there in Sicily. From 8:40 p.m. their time. I did back that stream up. Of course, you know it's nighttime there right now, so that is what we're seeing, and that's about 7 hours ago. And again, hard to tell if that is just coming out of the top of the volcano, or if we're seeing that in addition to some stuff in the background from the southeast vent. Very, very difficult, and it is what it is. I can't really confirm it because we're not there, right? So that is kind of what we were seeing a little bit early, about an hour and 40 minutes earlier than that, or 30 minutes, hour and 30 minutes. So looks like it's continuing to be active in its own way and continue to do what it does best. So I'm going to put that one back on live. We'll take a quick look at its chart. And I am encouraged by what I'm seeing, and you can kind of go follow along here. You'll see the baseline here, and of course a little bit of an uptick in activity, and we are seeing an uptick. So are we going to see an eruption? Wouldn't that be something? We're all waiting for Iceland to erupt, and Sicily pops. That's kind of weird. What are the lava workers doing? Anyway, I thought I'd throw that one in and just show you that. And of course, that is the scene right now there. Next one's on our list. I wanted to show you Shibboleth, but we don't have a darn thing to see up there other than gray. So we're not going to bother with that. And let's see, where else can we go? I think we need to go to Japan. We haven't looked at Hawaii yet, and really Hawaii doesn't have that much to offer right now. We'll take a look though and see what we got. Oh, a secret volcano on the screen. Anyway, we'll have to get rid of that in a second. Let's see. Oh, I want to delete that one. Remove, and where is it? Is that screenshot? No, this one here. And what happened to our? There we are. We've got video. All right, that is live from Hawaii, and there you can see that southwest event, and we can see our smokers down here. This one is still glowing hot. I don't have any updates on it as of yet. We are still seeing lots of steam rising out here on the edge of the caldera, or on the edge of the lava flow, I should say, not caldera. The caldera is mighty huge. and we're not seeing so much smoke there. It does look like almost a rainbow in here, which is pretty cool as they switch back and forth. And we are seeing a little bit of a steam down here coming from the forefront. Don't know what's going on here on the west side. Maybe we've got some new heat in there. That would be nice as well. Anyway, let's take a look. I'm going to make that one smaller. We're going to take a look at the other shots, and haven't really looked at them. This, of course, is from the south side of the caldera, and there you can see the central area still smoking pretty good from that central event. Pig Island still intact in there, and look at how much this has depressed. This is a cliff now. Wow. We don't see that from the other angle, and that is quite deep. I'm a little concerned. Are we seeing this thing decay? That is quite a drop. That has got to be like 40 or 50 meters down. I never noticed that before until, well, just now, until we refreshed that picture. So something is, and you can see how this is all kind of, looks like it's cracked all along here, and looks like it is subducting or going down into the hole here. So obviously that lava has leaked out of there and is no longer supporting that lava lake, and that hole is deeper than the old lava pond. So by far, I mean, the old lava pond's maybe 10-15 meters deep. This is probably 70 or 80 meters deep. I wouldn't want to fall in there. That would be a long ways down, and you can see it all the way along here. It's literally created a cliff edge, and you wouldn't want to fall into that. You can see all the layers of lava. That is pretty wild. Let's take a look at the other shots, and this, of course, from the far end. Of course, the area we were just looking at was over there. This, of course, is the rest of the caldera, and some steam and smoke, and I'm thinking most of it is steam and low-level clouds there sitting in the caldera, so we aren't seeing it so well. But that is from the B1 cam, and this, of course, is the latest from their thermal cam, and there you can still see the West Lava Pond. That is not bad, and then of course we can't see that depression area over on the other side, but we do still have some major glowing happening right in here where those smokers are coming from. And if we scroll down, we are still seeing this area quite lit up, the hot spot really showing through here, and that was a crack, and I'm wondering if it's depressed somewhat on the edges as well. Maybe that's why we were getting the extra steam coming up in that forefront area, as I mentioned earlier. Anyway, we're going to leave that be. Next volcano on the list. Let's see if we have anything from Stromboli, and we'll find out real quick and see if their cameras are working, and yes, they are. So let's go to Stromboli. Stromboli is in Italy. What is it, on Aeolian Island? And there we can see a little bit of a plume coming up right there, and some glow. And if you're looking at the thermal image, you don't see anything too much there. Let me just do a quick capture on the other thermal, because they do have two thermals there. I don't always show them, so we'll show the second one here as well, and then you'll get a little bit of an idea what it looks like. There we go. So that's the bottom one there, the second thermal, and a slightly different angle, so you can see we are seeing the presence of a hot spot right in there, and that will of course be up in that little caldera that it's got up top here. So that is Stromboli. Stromboli is active. Yeah, that sinking crater floor in Hawaii, that is something to be concerned about, because where is that lava slash magma going? And That's always a question, right? So that's interesting. It's unlike this place here, where we see it flow down and end up in the Mediterranean. So there you go. That's a Stromboli for you today. And let's continue on. I'm trying to see where am I going next. We're going to Japan, I think. Whoop. My computer is taking its time. It's not finding Japan. Oh, there it found Japan. There we go. And the ice cream boat is in for those good people who need to know. And there you go. Get down, get some ice cream, and you can see it right there. There's the ice cream boat sitting there. So on your way. In the background, of course, we have Sakurajima. And looks like they got pretty rough waves there today. Just watching the waves splash up on the sides here, looking pretty windy. And I hope everybody is okay there. Anyway, that's what we've got in the background. We're going to make this one a little bit smaller. Go to the next shot. We may get commercials. We'll try the next ones as well. They got commercials. What about this one? Oh, this is ASO. And ASO is sitting in the clouds, so we're not going to be able to see ASO today. And this, oh boy, this is our other one. This is Asama. Asama is in the clouds as well. If we go back far enough, we can see Asama at night a little bit. That is the close-up shot of that caldera. If we go back a little bit further, very grainy though because of the nighttime shot. Hard to tell, but there is a little bit of a plume coming out of there. And if we go here, you might be able to see it a little bit better. There you go. You can see the off-gassing and the plume rising up a little bit over top of the mountaintop there. And that is the close-up cam. If we go a little further, you can see it in there. I know it's grainy, but at least you can see a little bit of it. Anyway, we're going to make that one smaller and put it back on live so I can spot it later. The Asama, or yeah, ASO one, of course, no visibility whatsoever, and we can skip some of these ads. Close up on Sakurajima, the caldera shot not working, and we can skip that and step aside. There we go, make that one bigger, and we can see what we've got going on. Yep, clouds. And if we go back a little bit more, what do we get is more clouds, and nothing really crazy to see there, and more clouds and more clouds. So yeah, unfortunately the clouds won't show us what we need to see, and I'm going to leave it as that. Going to put you back on the other one with the multi-screen, and I'm just trying to figure out what am I going to do here after the stream, after we finish the basics. I think I will leave it running for a few hours again, maybe until 11 p.m. my time, so and that'll give you a couple of hours afterwards, and I may restart the stream at that point in time, capture the nighttime stuff. I'm trying to keep the streams down below that 12-hour mark as far as the extras that I'm doing, so we can save the recordings. If you go beyond 12 hours, YouTube won't save them. So that's what we've got to do there. But yeah, for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, consider doing that. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, here's an opportunity. And by the way, putting in your like is absolutely free. It doesn't cost you anything. Isn't that nice? Anyway, I'm going to leave it as that for right now. I'm going to go take a break. We'll leave you here with, what is it we got for quakes? I'm going to just peek at that quake map. And it says 364 in the last 6 hours. If we go back to the last 24 hours, that was 1,728. So we'll leave it at the 6-hour mark so our screen isn't filled up quite as much, and that is pretty cool. Many streams point at the live Iceland. Why are they pointing at that one? Okay, I wonder why. I wonder where that one is. I'll have to see if I can find it and open up another window and work with it. I don't know how well that one shows up, and I know I probably have it somewhere in the midst of all of the stuff that I've got open. Not that. I'm trying to find the right stream here. This one, no, that's a Erupción from up on what is it? Thorbjörn, Thorbjörn, up by the Blue Lagoon, just on the side there is the one that we're looking at. Let's see. This one, of course, is the story Hut. Yeah, Hutter. No, it's Litli Hurter, Zuter, south, the south view from there, and of course that is the other one that we leave in there for right now as the sunset shot. So we'll leave those on for right. Oh, we got two of the same. We need to change that. How about we'll leave it on that one. We don't want two of the same. All right, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. Steam fumes. Okay, I'm going to see if I can locate that. And that, of course, was, you say, live from Iceland. Okay, let me see if I can find that. And we'll see if we can add it or switch things out a little bit and work on it. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to go take that break. Keep smiling, play nice, and don't fall off any mountainsides there. And of course, do not fall into any cracks that may appear while you're walking, looking at the volcano. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit that like button. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, a dude made a comment there I have to agree with, though, dude. You know, and thank you for the welcome back there from Sue and Susie. I appreciate that. And anyway, the comment, of course, was this episode of magmatic and earthquake activity has me scratching my head. My gut is telling me it may not erupt, which is likely the kiss of death it was waiting for. Well, you know, and thanks for the welcome backs from Canada's country and dude as well. But, you know, as stated before, dude, it's very, very simple when we say, you know, we may see all of this, we may see some smoke and steam coming out, and then it may just subside. And it all depends on what is happening down below. If, you know, if we get the wrong quake, and I've mentioned this before, a bunch of times, if we get a quake, now you got to remember this area is right on the fault line. If we get a quake that actually is caused by it moving apart, or a slight twist or a turn between the two plates, and we know that the Eurasian plate and the North American plate are not true transverse plates, where they're not really sliding along like the San Andreas fault where they're sliding along each other. We know that that's not the case. It's a slight tilt to it, especially down on the bottom where in this area in the Reykjanes Peninsula, where there's a little bit more space in between and the plates aren't meeting straight on. They are slightly off kilter. And again, I'm not going to turn around and say it's the Eurasian plate or the North American plate, but in conjunction, they are not dead on. You know, so they're hitting at a slight little kilter, and that leaves some space in there. And the problem with that space is you get the right earthquake in the right spot, and it's going to turn around and allow more area in that magma chamber or tube down below, and that will take the pressure off. And if that takes the pressure off, all that magma that has pushed up will basically end up cooling down and solidifying in place, and the level is now lower. If it sits for a few more days and that area has cooled off, it's like concreting itself into place. And then when the pressure goes back up, it's basically got another new wall to go through, and it may not have enough pressure to do that. Then you need more earthquakes to perpetuate that motion, right? And once you get those, then yeah, you may see some magma rising, but that is a scenario that is possible. That is a scenario that has likely played out in ASCA for several years already, where, you know, especially in this last go around, where we had a huge magma intrusion, over 50 million cubic meters in ASCA area underneath it. And what happened? We seen a little bit of uplift of the land. We didn't see much. We seen a little bit of a temperature rise in ASCA Lake. And what happened after that? Everything subsided as far as it went quiet. The uplift continued to stay there, but did it stop? You know, has it stopped completely? We don't know. Did it have that same effect where it filled that magma chamber? Things moved apart a little bit, and basically the magma that was up at the top acted like concrete and sealed up any possible paths going out. And as it recools and rehardens, it does exactly that. So the next time you're trying to push something through, well, it's going to be a little bit tougher. It's going to end up having to be an explosive eruption. And that's something that is scary. And if we can see that explosive eruption here at Fragor del Fial, I guess it would be okay to a degree. I'm certainly hoping that the amount of ejecta and stuff is not going to go for 10s or 20 kilometers kind of thing, but you never know how big this is. We have heard though that this magma chamber is now somewhere up around 65 million cubic meters of magma underneath the Reykjans. This area, what we're looking at on these cameras, that's the area affected that has all this magma underneath it. The total capacity is estimated at 75 million cubic meters of that, whatever you want to call it, the tube system that is down there. Whether you want to call it not a caldera, but just a place where that magma is sitting, right? The magma pocket, if you will. And again, if it does that, what happens if we get it to fill up a little bit more and it drops? We get a little bit of a more plate spread, and all of a sudden the pressure goes way down again, and we're back to, it's a sill. Pardon me. There's a bunch of different names to it. We won't know for a while if the magma has given up. And remember, on previous occasions, the quake quietened for a day or two, and then the eruption started. And Tropic, I totally agree with that, and that has happened here before. Now, is this the quiet before the storm? This is the question, and this is something that can happen. So I'm all in favor of seeing an eruption, and with the amount of activity that we have seen, I do think we are going to see something pop, and it will just be a matter of time. It may not be a big eruption, or it may be bigger than what we have seen in the past here in Fragor del Fial. So Miss Magma is playing hard to get. Going south, that's exactly it. Mother Nature has got her own ways, and we have no idea what's truly going on underneath there. We can only surmise and guesstimate the effect that is happening or could happen. Anyway, let's get at our volcano reports here, because we need to get those out of the way. So for late yesterday or Thursday's activity, we had 4 volcanoes that were on the list, and this is the 4 we've got. Is Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, erupted a volcanic ash cloud to unknown height, reported at 2030. Ubanas in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 2045. And Sabancaya, also in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 20,000 feet, or 6,100 meters, reported at 2,300. And moving up a little further to Colombia, Nevado del Ruiz, a recent VONA report to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters for that ash, and it was reported at 2315. And that is the 4 for yesterday's. Pardon me. And we've got a 9 on the list for today, so Friday's activity. And may we see a 2? What did you need to see there? I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to see at Judy M. Is my picture not on the... you want to see the report? Is that what you're saying? It's just an email, so I'm just reading it. Let's see. And a matter of fact, now I'm lost. Friday's volcanic activity. We had 9 volcanoes. Fuego, Guatemala. Recent volcanic ash emissions observed and reported at midnight. Frequent to constant volcanic ash emissions to 17,000 feet or 5,200 meters reported at 13:30. We have a Popocatépetl, central Mexico, possible volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters reported at 2 a.m. Sporadic emissions reported at 1750. And yeah, I could see if we can make some kind of a way to show that on here as well. But that is more editing and things like that. We're trying to avoid that. Anyway, Ubanas volcano in Peru, unable to detect, reported at 2:45 a.m. And then continuous ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 14:45. And we have seen the reports of the Reykjanes Peninsula, so we don't need to cover that. There were a couple of reports there, so definitely some interesting stuff going on. And Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 8:15 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 11 a.m. And then to 24,000 feet and 7,300 meters, reported at 1700 or 5 p.m. their time. And next one is Santiaguito in Guatemala. Discrete volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, and that was reported at 11:15. Did you show? I don't recall if I showed that second one, Sue. I was thinking about, did I show that? I'm glad you spoke up. We'll take a look at that. After Reventador in Ecuador, intermittent volcanic ash and clouds observed to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 11:45 a.m. Volcanic ash dispersed, reported at 1800, so a little easier there, I guess. And we had the report on Semeru, East Java. We had a look at that already. Let's take a look and see if I can locate that second report. And I have so many windows open that it may not have been reported. But let's take a look. I'm going to go to one of the other shots here real quick for a second, just to be able to do that. And bring up the other one, and we'll confirm that, Sue. Reykjanes, there's the first one from the Reykjanes, and where is second one? Okay, there's the second one. Let's have a look at that. Oh, it opened it in the wrong place. We'll figure that out real quick. Hang on. Copy that, close it here. Hit the plus and paste and go. All right, this is the second one, and this is the Uplift one. Okay, Fragile volcano update. Chances of eruption increase, and yeah, we did go through that. So that was the Uplift one. So yes, we did it, Sue. Is not the list that came in. Okay, Fragile Felt is not on the list as it came in after I emailed. Oh, okay. So we did go through this one. We talked about that uplift that we seen there. So that's all cool. And we'll put that one back there. They're panning that camera again. Not that one. Hang on. Let me look at the emails then. Did I miss another email, perhaps? Okay, we got that. The first one was, I'm trying to see it here. This one here, and we looked at this. That was actually let's get rid of that. That was actually sent. This shot was sent to me by Alex earlier. So, is that the one you were referring to? This one here with the shot, and I'm having trouble trying to keep on two screens here, going back and forth. So, this one we kind of looked at that map already. Yeah, they said 18 centimeters, so we're guessing 6. No, I emailed the second one. I didn't get any other emails there, Sue. We've got Samaru, second swarm. We got that one. Oh no, hang on, maybe, and this is the one that we're looking for. Let me get rid of that and go there. Okay, I got confused. I actually got 3. That's what we've got. Okay, so this one here, let me get on the right spot. And recent earthquakes near LD volcano. And yeah, don't email me that. I got it. I just had to find it. And now that's all fuzzy on me. Hang on, I'm trying to get things straightened out so I can actually go over this. Yeah, so we do see where that area is and doing its thing with that earlier swarm, but that has subsided. So, yeah, okay, it's on its way. Sorry, no worries, Sue. Anyway, that is what they had on there. And in addition to the ongoing crisis near Fragile Falls, the second seismic swarm has started in the southwestern island near the active volcanic system of LD Island, also on the Reagan's Ridge. So yeah, we kind of knew about this anyway. So they did have a lot of quakes out there, up to largest being 4.5 in magnitude, and that was from 5:06 this morning. So that's kind of what they've got going on there, and you can see that displacement of all those quakes depth-wise. Majority of it is between, I guess we're going to call it about 4 and about 10 kilometers down. So that's where we're seeing most of those in that area. So that seems to be the active region, and hopefully that is okay for them. And again, we'll get rid of this, and we'll go back over to the Icelandic map and see what there are for quakes there now. And when we look at it, you see here's LD right there, and we only have a few quakes around it. So that is kind of what we've got, right? A majority of what we're still seeing is over here in the Reykjans, up in the northern portions near Keilir, and we're not seeing very much around LD at all. If we go look, we do see these ones 23, 26, 6.8 clicks down, 1.3. The other one is 1.6, 8.5 kilometers down, and again that's from 1:25 a.m. on the 8th. So they're in the future. And this one here, 1.6, 8.1 clicks down, and that's too deep for an eruption, obviously. 1:12 is the time on that on the 8th. This one is from 23:05, 1.6, 7.9 kilometers down. And this 1.8 down here, 5.2 clicks down from 23:42. So I'm, when I look at that, I don't think we're going to see anything there. You're only on 6 hours. Yes, and I did that for a purpose. so I wouldn't get cluttered up with all the other earthquakes. But here's the 6-hour zone. So if you take those off, though, we do understand that the majority of quakes are still up here. Okay, yes, this happened, and I'm well aware of it, and we even have more stuff further out as we go out. If we zoom out a little bit more, and here, look at this. I had never noticed this before. A 5.0, 4.2 kilometers down from a 327. Okay, another 4.4 out here, and a 4.1. And what's the depth on that? 5.2 clicks down. 4.1 for that guy. And that was from 6:19 this morning. This one was from 3:16, and this one happened at 3:27 in the morning. So yeah, that is way out there, though, right? And again, with all the quakes on here, I can't even tell where the edge of the peninsula is. So if we go back to that 6-hour mark, yeah, those quakes were happening out here. That's quite a distance out already from what we've got. And no, the ridge doesn't stop here, it continues. So there's quite a bit of activity there as far as earthquakes. And to see a 5.0 in the mix, that's starting to get a little bit bigger. So is, you know, what I was saying earlier about the plates twisting a little bit. They're not truly transverse, where they're not sliding up and down along each other's fault lines kind of thing, or edges, where we've got a little bit more space in one than the other. I'm thinking Meridalia Zuder on okay, the long, okay, is where it shall blow. Well, we don't know yet going south. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I did want to go over and spot and see what's going on with our SO2 map, and I did want to see if we have any kind of an increase there in Iceland. And fact is, we do have a little bit of an increase. Here's another one I got to fix. We'll get rid of that. And that was from our disaster yesterday. We never did do SO2. Let me do a recapture here and get the right one on. And we will show what it looks like there in Iceland as far as the SO2 is concerned. And it really, you know, let me fix that. I gotta fix it. I'll stretch it a little bit. Nobody will notice. There we go. Okay. Of course, you can see right there, we do have an elevated level of SO2 in that area. So that is something to consider. What are we seeing? It's not huge by any means, but we are seeing a little bit more SO2 than we typically see for the Reykjanes Peninsula. Unless the aluminum smelter is running full tilt, we don't see too much. Anyway, I am going to go take a break, and we are going to go over this after the break. For right now, we're going to put you back here, and I'm going to actually zoom back in on that map and leave it as the 6-hour mark, because if we have too many on there, the computer bogs down, and that's why I've changed it, okay, rather than showing the 24 hours. So it's one of the things I noticed, the computer always having to update is pretty tough. 340 quakes in the last 6 hours is what we've got on there. Anyway, keep hanging in there. That theory may that theory not destroyed yet, dude. Still building while the earthquake continues. Interesting, the scientists are predicting a larger eruption than previous ones. And, you know, that too is something that you got to wonder about. Are we going to see it pop big time? This is something, if it does blow, like okay, let me back up a little bit. The eruption from Ragnar, or from Bob and then Ragnar, and then of course the multiple fissure eruption, and then from Siggy. These are all tourist volcano eruptions, small. Okay, and I'm not trying to downplay Ragnar in any way, shape, or form, but in terms of volcanoes, it is a small volcano. Siggy Fissure was a very small eruption in terms of volcanic activity. If you can think about some of the larger ones we've had, that we've seen or heard of, and kind of reported on, give it as an example, Hunga Tunga Hunga Ha'apai. Okay, a little bit more energy there than what we've seen happening at Fragor del Fiol. Okay, just as an example. A couple years ago when we seen the Mount Etna eruption, multiple vents doing its thing, a lot more energy in there. So when we look at, are we going to see a bigger volcano? And Iceland certainly has seen bigger eruptions. These are small tourist eruptions. We got to keep that in mind. If they're talking about something that is twice the size or 3 times the size of Fragor del Fiol's eruption, that is still, in terms of physical size, still relatively a small volcano. So that is what we got. You wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere near Hunga Tunga Hunga Ha'apai, that's for sure. Topic, I totally agree with you. I hope this next one is still a tourist-friendly eruption too, even if bigger. And yeah, a little bit bigger, it wouldn't hurt. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. And hopefully my babbling does make a little bit of sense, and I'm not trying to downplay anything or minimize one over the other. It's just, this is what nature will dish out. We take a look at some of the past eruptions from 2010, 2011 as an example of Katla. That kind of stuff. Is that what we, if I've got the right volcano, is that, what we look at in comparison? Yeah, I need a break. So I'll be back. Don't go away, guys. See you in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Thanks. Hit that like button. Thank you. I'll be back. we go. I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, you're watching VolcanoX on live stream. And Sue just emailed me the other link here. Let me see if I can get to a proper page where we can open that. Let's see, I want to go to this one, and we'll see if we can pop that up there. Actually, that's not the one I want to go to. Yeah, let's go to that one. All right, we'll drop it in there and see if we can change that. I want to see which, oh, that's that view. Okay, that Yeah, that's not the, I don't see Ragnar. That's a close-up, but I don't know what they're looking at. So that's the same one that I do have on here, but thanks, Sue. Thank you for the welcome backs from you guys. See Sue and Kananaskis Country, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and thanks Mars 2028. All right, let me see if I can get this back to a full screen shot there, and I'll have to kill some of the other ones here. Which one is it? It's not that one. Darn it. We'll close that. We'll close these other ones. It's got to be one of these here. Not this. Not that. Nope. That is an MBL stream though. Let's see if we close, and no, that should be this one. Oh, it doesn't want to make it a full screen. Let me do a quick grab and we'll make that one a full screen. Sorry, I got been coughing a little too much. Like I said earlier, very dry today as far as my throat, so not so good for me. Anyway, yeah, looking at, that's not Ragnar, that's over there. That is, which one is that? That's Flow out in the back. Okay, if you zoom in on Ragnar, you can see the smoke. That's not Ragnar. That is Flow back there, if that's what you're looking at. There is likely smoke there as well. I hope you understand. Ragnar is a little bit more over on this side. Well, if a Flow is smoking, yeah, Flow is being bad. Flow is smoking. Let's see if we can zoom in on that a little bit, though. We'll just give you a little bit of a digital zoom, and we can take a look and see what it is doing. So it looks like there is some pluming going on over there, and that is Flow, and we see this area here definitely smoking right in that area. Smoke or steam, one of the two, but that is what's going on. And you had me confused a little. I was trying to find the stream that had the close-up of Ragnar. So, sorry, so that is Flow down at the end there. And that is this volcano vent, if you want to call it that. That is a Flow. Ragnar is over a little bit more on the side. This is the edge of Equipment Hill, or what's left of it. So I thought it was a Raggy. Sorry. No worries, Sue. It can happen to all of us. We have to take that second and third look sometimes and go, huh? Which one is it? They all kind of look alike, you know. Vents and cones and everything else. So quite interesting though, and you know, like down here in the front in that kind of a sulfur type rich area, we are seeing that steam rising there though, and that is interesting, and we do see the occasional pluming back here as well. So you know, we know that the whole area is been heated up, and I kind of have to, you know, say, hey, it is what it is. Let's zoom out here for a second and just kind of look at the rest of it, and we see, you know, there's the occasional spot, and it looks like even right here it might be a little bit of steam or smoke coming up, that kind of stuff. So those are going to happen. They definitely will, and it's all cool. I don't mind it doing that. Let's get this back into a multi-screen mode here. Where am I? I want to get rid of that, and put this one back in, this one, and maybe, not that one. How about this one? No, we'll find it. It's here somewhere, the other one. There we go. All right, so we changed the top right view. Anyway, that is it is so. Yeah, I know. I have to find them sometimes myself. Some of them I've turned it off because at nighttime when I'm doing other things, I don't want people seeing the mouse zipping across the thing, so or the hamster. I do turn them off. Let me see if I can turn that back on for on there. Okay, that one is showing. This one is not showing. That might be that one. So, is it? No, it's only showing on 3 of them. We got one more to find. Is it that one? And there we go. I think I got it fixed up now. So if we go back to the full scale shot and the insert, well, the full scale, we do see it there. So I was referring to this stuff right in here, and of course right along in here, and you see even down here, I don't know if this is a white rock or if there's steam coming up right there, but you definitely see it in this area. Hammy needs a feeding. You know what? I think so. Yeah. Anyway, that is pretty cool, and we'll be able to see Hammy on all of the screens now. Look at that, he's doing a gyro on 4 screens at the same time. What a hamster. Anyway, all cool. Okay, so who's saying, oh, Grandma B is going. I'm fading here. Everyone have a good night and / day. Thank you, Dr. Fox, for letting the stream, yeah. Yeah, I got no problem with that, Grandma B. You know, I think it's a crucial time where we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to see what is or could be happening there. And of course, like I said, I'm gonna likely shut this stream down at we're gonna get finished with what we've got for now, but I'll shut it down and restart it likely somewhere around 11 p.m. and let it run for till about 11 a.m. tomorrow. And unless there's something else erupting, that's the kind of thing that's going to happen. So I do have to go do things tomorrow. No, Tom Caruso, nothing yet. Anyway, good night, Grandma B. You take care, and thank you for being here and enjoying the show all day long. And hopefully it's worthwhile kind of gazing and watching. Let's see. Yeah, we're just about at the break time again. So I did want to kind of just dabble with the SO2 map. We're going to go over to that just for a few moments. And I actually discovered, since I ended up rebooting, I have 2 SO2 maps on here. Anyway, looking really quickly, Kamchatka is still doing its thing. Not as heavy by any means. And we don't see too much. A little bit of a plume there from Hawaii. And that is always interesting. Why are we still seeing a fair amount of SO2 output? We see up here in Canada, northern portions of Quebec still has a fire. This area, Popocatépetl, is throwing its SO2 out. Looks like we've got another storm in the area trying to wash that out of the atmosphere. And we know Sabancaya and the other one there, Ubanas, are doing their thing in Peru. Working away and making SO2 for everybody. And then we see our Chilean friends, they're still pretty normal too. Nothing too wild over here in White Isle Volcano. Pretty quiet there in Australia. Tofu is still there. Yasur and what is it? Aoba and Gawa here in Vanuatu doing their thing. Manan and the others there in Papua New Guinea doing their thing. And of course here in Indonesia, where we've got, what is it? Lualtaluk there, Semeru here, and this would be Merapi in the middle, and then of course between Jakarta and Krakatau a fair amount. So there we go. Ibu and Dakono being a little bit less active, pretty normal for the Philippines, of course. Luzon Island, this big island here, is got multiple volcanoes. And Bezimiani, no, is it Bezimiani? No, hang on. Bulusan, that's who's over there, and Mayon, and of course Taal. So there we go. And yeah, really not that bad from Japan. Going to leave that be. Like I said, I'm not going to do a heavy report here on this today. We do see South Africa still doing its thing, DR Congo still working away, and still getting the SO2 from Saudi Arabia on that side. So Urta Ale is not visible. These other red spots, of course, are the oil refineries, and that is why you see them so well. And looks like Mount Etna and Stromboli are working together to make that plume, and it's now created a circle, I guess. The circulation there seems to be a center there right on Tunisia border with Algeria. So that is right around that point. Pretty awesome looking, but the one we all love and want to keep an eye on, of course, is Iceland. And there's the Reykjanes Peninsula. We are seeing elevated levels there, so something is up, but that's not hard yet, not heavy at all, right? But for a typical day in Iceland, they're usually pretty clean unless the aluminum smelter is working. Anyway, we'll leave that SO2 for there. I'm going to go take another break, and then I'll do one more round here, and then we will get ready to shut down. We're going to skip weather because weather is just, it's what it is. Not that big of a deal going on. The important part is the SO2 that we're interested in. And there we've got the other screens up again, and continuing to watch what goes on. I'm going to throw the music back on for you good people, and if you haven't hit the like button yet, give it a quick bop for us, and that'd be really cool. I'll be back. Thanks. And there we go. I've got that microphone back on, and this will be our final round for tonight. And yeah, I'm just looking at that top left camera and that top left view, and I'm wondering if, and ignore the mouse on the other screens, but look at the top left. I'm wondering if that's what they thought, or that was what their intent was about saying this was where the primary area for last year was, and people are just being distracted by this and not realizing, this is what the guy may have meant when they typed that out. So just something kind of quirky there I was thinking about. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Ken and ASCA's Country. I don't think these little smokers we saw last night and tonight have much in common with the forthcoming eruption. And dude, that's kind of, we don't know. They all do play a part and a role in it. It's showing us that there is additional heat underneath there. That is a given. Thanks for the welcome back there going south, and thank you, BMAD, saying 5x5 as well, and welcome on board tonight. Like I say, every little bit that we see here, every little thing, a bit of smoke or steam, technically it all plays a role in what's going on underneath. Something that we do have to consider. We haven't had an eruption for a year, roughly, or 11 months anyway, and then we have to look at some of these areas that are steaming / smoking, and wonder how much rain do we have in there. Obviously, with the lava beds, that they have various coulees and cracks and places where water can get trapped, and for it to start steaming off, well, if you've got some ground heating and that ground gets say 60-70 degrees Celsius, what's going to start happening is we are going to start seeing fumes come up, evaporation happening at a faster rate of water. And once it reaches a little higher, the higher it goes, of course. Once we hit 100 Celsius or 212 Fahrenheit, of course, then we're at a boiling state. But it doesn't take it to that point to get it to steam, right? So if we're at 170, 180, 190 degrees Fahrenheit, or somewhere around between 70 and 90 degrees Celsius, that's going to create steam, and we are going to see that. So, but what I'm getting at is that same action, of course, is happening all over the place. This is part and parcel to the elements of, what could be happening here for this eruption, right? What is it? Stratton says the uplift map now shows what that swell in the region is greater than the last two eruptions. Well, we were looking at that earlier, and I do have that uplift stuff. Which page did I have that on? Just wanted to show that again. I'm just looking for it here, so give me a second. That might be, no, not on this one. Might be over here somewhere. No, I may have closed it accidentally, but we know about the uplift, and we did see that earlier. I'm just searching to see if we still have it open somewhere. Not there, and not here. Not there. Oh, okay, under, I see where it is. All right, so yeah, the uplift area, when we were looking at this map, and that is the basically that 18 centimeters that it's raised up, and 18 centimeters is, of course, is about 7 inches, and you know, if you go 2.5 centimeters per inch, so that is what we've got. And that is a very interesting looking map. You can see Caliers up here, and of course Fragger this whole area. And then of course this puts us just about at Siggy Fissure, this little bright spot. Siggy Fissure would be just a little over from there. And you know, this is the first place we've seen that smoke plume, and if Siggy Fissure is right beside it, that would really make sense that that would be the hot spot, you know, if it has pushed up enough magma underneath there for us to see the so-called steaming and smoke starting to emanate from the ground in that area. This makes perfect sense with what we were seeing yesterday, and what we're seeing now basically as well. I mean, we still have that kind of same situation there. I'd like to see this updated in, you know, maybe tomorrow, and see what it would be like. You know, these charts, they take time to put together, because they have to watch it over a period of time. So if it progressed, I'm wondering if we're going to see that move over a bit. I don't think we're going to see it move all the way over to the eastern side of Calier. I think it's honestly going to stay put right about there. And that is showing, you know, a reasonable amount of uplift. If it moved south here a little bit, that'd be a different story as well. We don't know what it's going to do, but that looks like it's in that same place. Now, if you kind of draw that line, it'd probably be from about the tip of this little purple circle here to Calier. That's about where the fissure is, and that is right in the middle of that zone where most of that uplift is happening, is right underneath that fissure. And this just happens to be lifted up enough that it created a hot spot. 14 days for INSAR report. Yeah 12 days sometimes. Yeah, it takes a little while. And as we can see, the time duration right in here on the screen. So, like, you know, what I was referring to here with that line, we're going straight through here. So somewhere around this point is where Ragnar is. So if we cut through there, go towards Calier, that's about where that fissure is, and that's the flat area, right? So that is kind of neat. And of course, that hot spot. Like I said, we're gonna, well, Siggy is probably a couple hundred feet away from that, over to the bottom, well, that'd be to the southeastern direction. So that's kind of what we're seeing, and that would be in line with that fissure. So would we see something along that line? Yes. It's an easy path. It found it, the volcano, or the magma found it twice. So is it going to find it a third time? I would certainly think so. I don't think it's concreted itself shut or anything like that. So that is very, very likely result, is that we're going to see something happen along that fissure line. I don't think we're going to see it further to the east here. I don't know. I'd like to see it further to the south, but I don't believe that's going to happen. This is kind of a secondary one. This would almost be sitting under Storehöger, or underneath the ridge itself. Just slightly, this might be Storehöger right there, and going a little further south there on the ridge might be a hot spot as well. And that is another possibility, right? So anyway, let's pop this back over to these other ones, and we'll keep on going just for a few more minutes here. Looking at what we're seeing, and I do have the top right screen set for showing 6 hours worth of earthquakes. Of course, there have been a whole bunch more in the last 24 hours, right? So if we put them all on again, we see our total number. And the number is declining a little bit, but last 24 hours, so basically 1,599, pretty much 1,600 quakes, and that is what we've been seeing. So that is a lot of little earthquakes, and of course, the reason I put it on that 6 hour thing is because it just drives me crazy, it drives my computer crazy, trying to keep up with the updates. So, again, we have, where is it? Right inside here, we see another one, and I don't even know which one it is. Oh, a little zero. Let's see, 2.9 clicks down. Let's just check a couple of these. 6.2 clicks down, 2.2 for that one, 2.2 for that one, 2.3 for him, 5.3 for him, 3.6 over there. And the list goes on, and then we move this way a bit, 14 kilometers down. Wow, big difference. 1.1 for this guy, looking at 5.3 for him, 3.8 there, 2.7 there. And so that is interesting to see the depths and see where we have a possibility of things coming up. You know, if we're seeing 5 or 6 kilometers down, I don't think we can really count that quake for a potential spot. Like this one here, okay, from 2311, this 2.2 clicks down. Is it possible that there is magma coming up there? You know, we honestly don't know. What about this 3.9 clicks down? 8.4, too deep. 4.6, kind of deep. 1.1, okay, and there's a Siggy Fissure. That's Meridalia Valley on the side. This is on the side of a hill, you know, and that is very possible that we could see that. How about this one here, which is sitting just about in the saddle? 5.2 clicks down. Over here in Knot Creeky, 3.6. Up here on the hill, 200 meters down. Remember what we were just looking at on the other side, or with the uplift? This is that small lobe. This is right where it is, and that is right underneath the ridge. So, you know, to see that 200 meters down, it's kind of freaks you out a little bit when you realize, when you look up the uplift and then you see this. Oh, hang on, we should go to the full screen on that one. This one here, so you can see that there's your ridge, right? There's our wonderful Siggy. No, Siggy is here. This is Ragnar. So that uplift that we've seen on that other uplift map, this one right here, is where one of the lobes is, kind of the high point. Okay, 0.2 kilometer down, so 200 meters underneath that hill. That means, you know, it's not very far down. It gets a little scary when you look at that, right? So lots of stuff to consider when we're looking at these. And even further over, 4.7 clicks, 5.2, 200 meters down for this guy. And that's getting over towards Krusevik, right? 1.1 clicks down. There's Krusevik here. So is it possible we've got a magma intrusion sitting underneath this area as well? Well, it is possible. This one's a 1.1 kilometer down. The other one was 12.8. This one is a 5.2. So 5.2, 6.8, 7.6, and then we get up into the swarm again, and we hit the big one, 135 meters down, right? So is it possible that we're going to see something? What about this little spot here? We'll try that one. 3.3 clicks down. 2.1. And that is just south. There's Kalir here. That's just south of Kalir. 5.3 for that one. 1.4 is 5 kilometers down. So there's a lot of spots that we have some energy pushing up, but I think we're still a little bit premature here. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Hey, yeah, Yvonne, watch out, and that's exactly it. I hope she doesn't become a part of the ecology over there. Really, I think that's a risky area right now. It seriously is. So that's something we all need to consider. What would happen there if we all of a sudden have something that decided, well, it's really time to go out. And what I mentioned earlier about everything could subside with the plates moving just slightly apart, and our magma chamber or tube or whatever it is underneath there gets stretched out a little bit. That is the one scenario. But the other one that we also have, we have to look at it, is the other way around. What if we get a quake or a slight slip or movement where it actually puts more pressure on that magma chamber, right? That is the other thing that we have to consider. So if we get the wrong quake or a certain quake in a certain spot, and it pushes one side a little closer to the other one and squeezes that chamber, well, we're going to have a big boom. Yvonne was near Siggy and was going over to Kalir this evening. Okay. Well, she went and checked out. Did she mention anything about temperatures there, Sue? Because of course, I was working, so I don't know what was going on. But I was curious if they took their temperature gun out there and just did some measurements. Because I would have loved to find out what our smoke area, what the temperature in that area was in comparison to some other test sample spots, right? Always interesting and fascinating to see what it would look like. And this is where the thermal drone would come in handy too, to go fly over and be able to get a variance and a pretty good idea of what is actually happening in the area, to see where that magma is sitting, or at least if it's heated up the ground. And so all pretty cool and interesting. Anyway, I am thinking I best get this wrapped up. I still have to go down and change the bunny water and make sure that is all good. And I am going to leave this up and running though. I hope she just mentioned that the smoke and steam was venting out of the pipes. Okay, so that is awesome. All right, well, thank you, Sue, and thank you everyone for being here. I am going to leave this run. I will put the music on. I will turn the hamster off on all the screens. Yeah. And of course, we have things to do, so we're gonna get at them. I will leave this run for a few hours, and hopefully that'll all be good. I see Bo is here saying good night, thumbs up, Dr. Fox, Snowman, and Sue, good night, night all, yeah. And be a good Bo, enjoy your sleep. And glad that we can provide everyone with a nice stream. Thank you, Sue. And thanks, Johnny. And thanks for the fun stream, Doc. You're welcome. And we will do our thing here. And we'll, like I said, I'll leave this on. If you see a screen change or something, don't panic. And that is just me working on stuff, trying to keep up with keeping an eye on things, because I do watch the other streams, or the other screens, I should say, on the other monitor, while and I see it in full screen, so it does help out a little bit, and hopefully, well, it's not full, or it's at least theater size is what they call it. But we'll do that, keep an eye on things, and I think we're good for right now. So yeah, I want to change that to there. Okay, I got that. I'm going to do one last peek over, and I know it's just for me here, but at the Harmonic Tremor chart, we do see our magma headed back up a little bit, and let's just take a quick peek at that. We do see that, so it's climbing back up. And remember our old rule about Ragnar, if it was everything was over 4,000, we'd see an eruption. Well, I'm a hoping. All right, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone, and have yourselves a wonderful evening. Remember, tomorrow is still going here. How did the geologist develop a career in sinkholes? As a sinkhole expert, she fell into it. Yeah. Don't go to Halemaumau crater in Hawaii. I heard there's a sinkhole. Hang on, never mind. I heard it. I seen it. That in the crater. That is scary. Keep that one in mind. We're going to have to watch that more often. Anyway, thanks everyone for being here, and thank you for the wonderful super chat and the gift giving there. Thanks Piggy for the super chat and the gift, and then Grandma B for the gift as well for someone, and that is always awesome. Thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, I see he's in here, as well as Piggy and CND Boy and Sue Hayes and Gary 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, as well as Mona Lisa Smiles, Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas. Thanks, moderators. Be good, and do appreciate what you guys do. Also, yeah, thank you everyone for being here and for enjoying it. And I will leave this on for a while longer here, so maybe 2 hours or something. We'll work on that, and in the meantime, enjoy it. And I am only going to add one more thing here. So please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow is Saturday, and of course, VolcanoX is on earlier. Whoop, that doesn't work. VolcanoX, there, I need to have an O in there. Okay, and Bob got it too. All right, be good and take care, you guys. Like I said, I'll leave this on. Here comes the music, and keep smiling all the way through.